All right, we are live. Nope. Just making sure everything is running right. I think we're good. We're close to good. Something like that. Make sure everything's looking fine. Yes, it is. All right, so. Oops, the pups aren't even in here today, so let's turn that off. I was testing something yesterday. We had this remote, and I stopped using it. I'm sitting there trying to figure out why I had this stupid USB thing in there. I'm like, wait, that's for that stupid fucking remote I don't use. I end up using the little screen thing on the computer to make it work right. Definitely works better that way. But mom's home because it's Friday. She goes in the office 3 days, and then she's Thursday, Friday, she's home. So that's always cool. All right, so let's take a look at our map, and I'm going to talk about. I know yesterday I was planning on playing Metal Gear Solid yesterday and today, but I got motivated last night to go in and make some changes. And if you remember, my ground floor, last time we finished, I'm going to save this real quick. Last time we finished, what I had, in fact, let's open it up. Let's see. Bear with me a second. My jelly. Oh my God. So the wife, it's funny because she's constantly saying, we gotta wait to get another dog, all this kind of stuff. And she comes to me yesterday and she's like, "Oh, I just saw there's somebody must have died and they had four rat terriers aged, four from eight, but you have to take two of them, so at least two of them are together, two and two." And I'm like, "Why are you telling me this?" She's like, "Oh, we're not going to get them." I'm pretty sure once they're cleared, I'll probably take a look at them and pick up a couple of little girls, little jelly girls. Um, so let's load the other map, and I'll show you the problem that I realized I was creating with this map. And what we're going to end up doing is importing. We're going to have the whole map with plots where these buildings are going to go, and then on those. Oh, I didn't mean to go to this one. Damn it. I wanted the town center. It's in this. All right, so this is what we had before. We were putting all of these ground floors on the map. And then we were putting all of the second floors as part of an individual map. And it kind of creates an issue. So what I'm going to do is each of these, I want to redo them anyway, but we're going to go ahead and create the second floor and the roofs, and we're going to import those individually instead of as a giant tile, because what I found is, like with the high res image that I output, for some reason these were not matching up. So it'll be easier for me to match it up as individual tiles for that roof. So we'll name each first floor, second floor, and roof as a tile for that individual building, and we'll build it up there. And then we'll go to each one of these, which it's not that many buildings we have to do. And it'll still be more efficient than having it where you click and you open up a whole nother map. Everything will be on the same map. Um, so what we had before was this, where the ground was actually that. And now what we're going to have, let's go to our open recent. And they all use the same assets, so they'll load really quick. This is the outline where the building's going to go. And I'm going to go in, if you notice now, because of the way these buildings are angled, I didn't do a great job of making these square. So we're gonna copy each one of these outlines. I did 2 of them last night. Now these buildings are square instead of there were some really weird angles that I had on there, and I repaired this one as well so that that works. But we're gonna work on fixing this base zone. Did I do this one already? No, you see how that's kind of kicked up. So it's not really noticeable, but it's noticeable. So I can't live with that. So we're going to fix all of these, and then we're going to go and start putting the outline and floor for each of the, first and second floors. And I think I'm going to rebuild all of the roofs as well. Unless I can resize them a little bit. I don't have enough overhang for comfort, in my opinion, but we'll see when it's done. And the fact that we're changing the bottom is going to adjust some of these angles. So I think I'm gonna have to redo all these roofs, but that's not going to take long at all. And when we start doing that, we're going to move the roof off to the side, and we're going to bring the chimney and shadow back over, since we can select those and put them on the new building. So that'll save us, not a lot of time, but it will save us a little bit of time. But I want this thing to be perfect when we're done. But you see, like you can see, that's not a 90-degree angle. That's not, I mean, it's kind of sloppy, and I can't really live with that sloppiness in the map. And I tell you the other thing we can do, which it'll be noticeable on the map itself, but what we could do so that when the players go in, of course it's not it'll be affected by the grid on the map. I was thinking we could take it, turn this so it's perfectly square with the grid, create those things with the grid, and then have it flip up. But what that's going to end up doing is you'll have like the grid inside of your game. Hey, Scotsman, how's it going? Handed in your dissertation, looking for something to chill out to. That's good. Hopefully everything went well with that. I've talked about it before. My son is in his first year of a 4-year PhD program. And at the end of his second year, he'll get his master's, all that crap, and then he'll work on his dissertation. But yeah, he's got a lot of work he's got to do right now. Fortunately, it's working out so that he's getting paid to do it. So that's a good thing. But I was just talking, we're gonna redo where if you remember, on this first floor, this ground level, we had all of the floors and walls in for the explorable buildings. And last night I went in and I drew the texture that I want just to be kind of like puzzle piece placement where we're going to create tiles and put those on top of this, and that'll make it so we can place individual tiles. And I'm going to show you why I decided we have to do that. I didn't realize when I was trying to I'll be honest, I was cutting some corners, right? I was cutting corners. So here's our map. And this is the high res version. I did that to test and see, how everything looks. There we go. We need that for ground level. Um, and this is the issue we have. So, and right now this roof isn't working properly. But what happens is because we have this as one tile, when you walk into that building, all of the roofs that we created go away. And I think I can show it better on this one because I never did fix that one properly. So here we have it. You walk outside, there's the roof. Now watch, if we watch here, that's another one with a roof on it. So we go in here and that roof goes away. It shouldn't be going away. They should still see that roof. So I figured this out a day late and a dollar short, but what I'll have to do is create tile sets. Like this is the inn, so we'll create it so we have the base map on the bottom. Then we'll have the first floor, second floor, base, first floor sitting right on top, second floor, roof. And what will happen is when they walk into this building alone, this roof will go away. The other roofs will stay there. So if they're looking out a window across the town, they'll still see the roofs of the other buildings instead of it getting funky. So last night I got motivated to start fixing it. I went in and set up that the outlines that I want to be able to set the buildings themselves on, and that's what we're going to work on today. I wish I would have realized that, and I should have realized it ahead of time, before I got a ton of work done on these things. But fortunately, I hadn't started doing much to build out the floors other than on this one. And on this one, in fact, we're going to redo that because the first floor is still a bit crooked. I guess I could go in and adjust it, but I'm not super happy with that interior anyway, so we may redo it. And the roof is built around a crooked set of floors, so we're gonna rebuild that first and second floor. I don't like redoing work, but I don't like making something that looks bad. You know what I mean? That bothers me. So this is what we're gonna do. We're going to let's grab our pen and make life easier. We're going to let's filter. We don't want all, we just want patterns. We are going to copy paste. All right. So this is what I was doing yesterday, and it doesn't even matter if I find a big area where I can perfectly see, but we're going to try to rebuild this so that it's actually square, and we can adjust the size so that the size is correct. So you look, and for me that's problematic, that serious angle there. And even if we adjust it here, then it's still not square. So let's go in and fix this. Then we'll drop it back on top of that, and and that'll be ready to redo this building. Let's see, pattern shape tool, edit points. We're gonna edit points here. Why is it not letting me? Well, that's not right. That's not right. And I'm going to have to search. I don't remember what pattern we used. And we have a lot of freaking patterns. It's not the gravel. Let's take a look. Maybe this will give us an idea. Bet it's sitting on layer 2. It is. So we got to drop that down. All right, let's go ahead and start squaring this thing up. So first, let's move it up here. Then we're going to make it so it's even squares. We're going to take it out one more. We intended that to be one bigger when we made it, but it didn't work out that way. So edit points. We want this. Let's zoom in a little bit. This we're going to bring down there. Bring that down there. Then this, see, this wasn't even like a full-size room when we got done. I think we'll do that. See, and because we're doing this, we have to redo the roofs because they're not going to line up with this stuff anyway. It's just not going to work. See, now it's nice and square. Mostly square. We still see it's just little stuff like this that, you know, your eye kind of sees, but it looks off, but it doesn't look off. You know what I mean? Honestly, now that we're trying to do these as square, we could snap this to grid. Let's take a look. All right. Now it's square. The squares, I'm going to get it without snapping it. All right, so we're going to move this here. We're going to double click. Let's rotate it. Let's delete that. And then we'll put this one right here. It's close enough. All right, and that's where we're going to build up from. And you know what? This whole first floor, screw it. We are going to say we hate this because we're not really happy with it anyway. What happened to the walls? Let's delete that. I'm curious where the walls are. Walls went away. Let's compare levels. And this is why I'm saying we're going to have to ground floor. See, even if we move this, it's going to be off. And I want it to be a specific size. So we're going to filter all. Let's do roofs. Turn compare levels off. I'm going to select this one, delete, delete. Oh, this is objects. And then we need the path gone. And like I said, we hate duplication of work, but we gotta make it look right. All right, so that's squared up and clean now. So that's good. Pretty sure this one. Oh yeah, look at those. Just makes me want to gag looking at those angles. Let's face it. All right, filter. We need patterns. We're going to select that. Copy, paste. Copy. Paste. There we go. I think there's room over here. Yeah, there is. Let's take that over and square it up. Then we can get rid of that and put this right back there. Hopefully we have a straight line to square up. Let's find a corner. Honestly, let's just put this in a corner and then start editing it. Edit points and yep, we can snap this thing and make my life much easier, can't we? So this one will go there, go there. Look at that. Sweetness. See how nice that fixes it. I didn't even think that would be that simple. This one we'll take down there. This was like a drunken builder did it. Somebody who had no business building anything. There you go. It's all snapped and clean. So again, that'll change our dimensions a wee bit. So we had it kind of entering here. We can just go ahead and kill this one. Delete. Select that one. Scooch it on over. And cock it a little bit. Now it's perfect. All right, now this here, I've got to compare to second floor. Ground, compare. Say okay. We're going to make sure snap is off, and then we need to, we need to fix that comparison level. So second floor, we need the opacity there turned down, the opacity here turned up. Say okay. And then we're going to add some points. So here we need a point like there and there. And then we're going to add 2 more points. And these drag out here and here. And that'll create our shadow for that. But we can see it's not square, so we're going to fix it. So let's go ahead and filter for patterns only. Copy and paste. Copy, paste. There we go. Some copy pasta there. Let's zoom in on that corner. We'll get it close, and then we're going to go ahead and snap this thing. And this we should be able to fix right quick and in a hurry. So we'll do snap. Same thing we did the last time. I think that one's fine. That's fine now. That's not fine. I'm going to bring that there. There. And there. Perfect. Do that, take this off. That's what... No, look, see, it's 3 by 3. We need to fix that. We're not happy with how we screwed that up. So we'll redo that building, the roof and everything. Now it'll look clean. Snap off, select. All right, we know that's all square. See, it's just throwing us off. You put it down against that, it's like, oh, that doesn't look right. But it is. And I've got to take a look. It doesn't seem like this should be the entrance to the town hall. I mean, that's where the road was on this map, but it doesn't seem like it's correct there. I think there's room to move that up here. Excuse me. Look how askew that thing is. That is fugly. We'll keep the dimensions, but let's start off here. I mean, we'll mostly keep the dimensions, let's be honest. The Griffin Hatchery. How's it going, Daddy Bandit? Glad to hear it. I think we're going to put that there. This we can keep here and there. Waiting on clients. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. So see, now it's not like they had a freaking crazy person, you know, who never heard of a square putting that building together. And like I said, that bothers me. I mean, let's face it, if I hadn't have seen that it was problematic, you know, what I had inside of Foundry when I checked the map to see how everything was working on levels, um, I probably wouldn't have made these changes. But once I saw that the roofs were not going away properly and all this other stuff was happening, you know, we had to get rid of it. And we had to fix that. And the fact that we were fixing that, it was time to fix the buildings and make them square. Because that's been bothering me from the get-go. So we're going to end up killing all our roofs and everything here. All right, so we have these, that building square, that one square. We squared that one last night. We did this one. I think I did this one. Yeah, that's square. But what I didn't do, and we're going to do a quick edit on this. What I didn't do was set up these points here. And I think, honestly, I think all I have to do is come out on the corners and make this work. So let's see if we can do this. I mean, we saw that kick a little bit. And we'll fix that. We'll put another point there and one there. This point here, take up to there. This will take up to there. Kick this down. And I still think we're going to copy this, slide it, and see if it is doing what we want it to do. If it's out of square, we can fix it. So let's copy paste. Let's find some open space. Yeah, nothing like spending a ton of time on a map and then creating even more work for yourself. But that's what we did. See, that was close, but not close enough for even government work. All right, so we're going to do snap. We'll fix this. Edit point. There we go. All right, we'll slide that over there. We'll leave those piers there, and hopefully they're in the right place. But fortunately, we can just slide those around. That's one thing. I mean, they didn't give us a big description of any of this stuff, right? And it seems to me the way the roof and everything is built, where this is creates this overhang, in my mind, what I'm seeing is that they have it there so they have like double doors where they can go out and load your wagons or carts or whatever out of the rain, or in the shade, however kind the guy who has this place decided to be. And, that's that's our general goods store. But I start thinking about that when I start, putting something like this together. I'm like, why did they do that? And honestly, I don't think, the people who write the adventures and stuff, when you go in here and you look at them, they didn't really look at that. Okay, so this is actually, what I'm doing is Lost Mine of Phandelver. It's it was basically what the box set that came out when fifth edition was first brought out. And they give you a town map, but they don't give you an explorable map, which is kind of what I like to have for my players when they go in. So what I've done is, well, if I'm building a town, then I'll think about, let's face it, if it's a small podunk town, they may not have an alchemist. They may not have some of these things. Maybe they don't have anybody that's skilled to be a smithy. So it's possible they don't have a smith. Maybe they have to go to the next town over, and that's where they have to go. So you've got to think about what you're going to have possibly there. I mean, most towns may have like a general store where you can buy stuff that's already made, but they may not have all the skilled laborers that would be perfect to have. Maybe they've got to go 5 miles over, through all this crap to get what they need. If if they're if they don't have a smithy, so that's just one of those things where it's like, you have to, when you're creating your town, sit down and write out what's going to be in it, what they don't have, and why, and then you start building out. But for this, I'm actually going in with a lot of these pre-made modules and making it so that you have explorable maps. Like this is inside of Foundry with the work that I'd started doing before I decided to trash the entire level that I have built here. Daddy Bandit, thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. But what I'm doing is creating this so that they walk in. There's going to be a door, like here. So they walk in, the roof goes away, they can explore the second floor. Then there will be steps. They'll be able to go up. As soon as they hit those steps, they can go up and explore the second floor, and it'll all pop the tiles. Because in Foundry, you can stack tiles, and the way I did this one, I kind of screwed up. Stanley come frozen. Hey, it's all good. But because this allows you to stack tiles, and there are modules like multi-level tokens. You can come up and let's say right here there's stairs. I can designate a zone, and when they get like to, let's say there's a landing and it goes up, when they get to this portion of the steps, it'll go and it'll seamlessly pop to where they see that second floor tile, and then they start exploring there and open up the fog of war. So that's what I'm doing right now, is creating the town of Phandalin with the buildings that are named, even though they're not technically explorable necessarily. I mean, the characters can go to them and talk to the people there, but I'm making it so on the map they can travel around the town. Now, you've got possible encounters here. I know with the Red Brand ruffians, you can either have an encounter on the streets, you can have an encounter at the inn that they go to, or if the characters don't give a shit after talking to the townspeople and they talk about that stuff, but they hear about there's a building over here on another map that I'm going to put together, which is all. See, this is the full town map, but this thing is huge. Now that isn't even the full town map. Where is it? There it is. This is huge. The other one is big, but this is, your overview map of the town. What I was thinking of doing was having it so they would come in here. Obviously they're too big here, but this would be just like a town map. And then they would come here. And this isn't working now because I think there was an update that screwed up these links. See, the link's broken. But I'd click this, activate the map, and it would throw them into just a map that had just the Sleeping Giant Inn. And what I decided to do, because most of the stuff happens, this is stuff that can happen in town, is kind of, I want to say, like in this zone. I took that map, created a zone map for here. I'll create something that will allow them to go over to the orchard, which gives them a whole nother thing to do over here. And then when they come down here, I'll have another small map if I feel it's necessary. Otherwise, they'll come to I'll show them on here, and they'll go off to do whatever they're going to do in these other zones that the map goes to. And then this right here is a big encounter as well. This has an underground dungeon, so I'm going to build the destroyed building there and have the zone underneath where they can, when they find it, they can go into the basement, and that's where there's a bunch of encounters and stuff there. So I've got the big map, and then I'm creating these zone maps so that they can actually go from this map to that. So, and what I'll do is once I get down here, I'll click point of interest. It'll kick over to the town center map. And then, once they go here, they say we're going to go there. We'll pop back here, or maybe I'll even just add a point of interest on that map I'm working on right now that'll kick them to this zone, and then they can go in and explore. But you can see I've got a lot of these where I've set up at different resolutions to see how they look. And then we'll take it from there. I mean, this is at 100 ppi, which isn't perfect, but it's better than what I had here at 50 ppi. And it doesn't, I mean, it's okay, but it's not awesome the way it transfers over. And let's face it, 50 ppi isn't great. Ideally, what you want is about 150 ppi, but the size of this map is so big that even at 100 ppi, it's going to be too big for some players' computers. And I talk about this a lot. You've got to be cognizant when you're building a map. And what I'll do is I'm going to release two versions of this when I'm done. One at 50 ppi in case people have like MacBook users with integrated graphics cards that have an 8192 pixel limit, and PC players that have HD 6000 graphics, which also has an 8192 pixel limit. So if they have that, they'll have to use a lower resolution map. If they have players that have good machines, everybody's got a graphics card that can go over 8192 pixel limit, then they'll be able to use the higher res map. But I'll release all of this probably just as a map module. I'm not going to add creatures and stuff. The DMs will have to do that inside their own game. Um, but, I'll be able to release this as is without the creatures, because of copyright and all that kind of shit with Wizards. So you got to be careful. But I can release a map that allows you to play inside Phandalin, but I'm not going to throw their creatures on here. That'll be strictly up to the GM. But that's what I'm doing, is making it so that all of these things work well together inside of Foundry. And I'll release a flat map if you're not using Foundry. And I'll have to figure out how I'm going to do that. I'll probably have to take my base map in the first floor and just go from there. I may only release it for Foundry. I don't know. I don't know how much more work I'm going to put in on it. Let's be honest. Once it's ready for Foundry, I'll release it as a module for that. All right, so that's got our ground zone. I'm going to leave this shadow here because it's still going to be the same with that overhang. So we're not going to touch that. Let's take our compare levels off, and there's our shadow. And the building will be sitting on this, so I kind of like the hard shadow coming up to the building and a little bit of sun coming through under that overhang. All right, so we repaired that. Did I repair this one already? Let's check and see. Yeah, last night I realized that I was going to have an issue because my original plan was to be lazy, bring it in as one big tile for the first floor, second floor, roofs. And unfortunately, what happens is when they walk into, let's say you've got two buildings side by side, and when you walk into this building, the roof goes away so you can see that. But because all the roof tiles are on the same tile, it's one big tile with like roofs on it, that tile goes away altogether. And what you want is when you walk in this building, this roof to go away, this one to remain. So if they're looking out a window, they still see the roof over there. So that's why I decided to make these changes and basically kill about a day's worth of work that I did. So I'm not so sure if I did this one or not. See, it's definitely not square, so yeah, let's fix it. Let's find a nice green zone. Pattern shape tool. We need, I need that to be away from that. Let's do this corner and then we won't worry about the rest of it. That's good. See, it was just a little off, but that was enough to annoy me. So, Daddy Bandit, do you do any mapping yourself? Do you use a virtual tabletop or play in person? What's your preference now? I've talked about this before. I mean, right now my preference is definitely virtual tabletop because I don't have to get up and put pants on to play anymore. Delete. And there we go. So let's look. We've fixed this, this. I know I fixed this one last night. Or did I? You know what? I know what I did, and it didn't really fix it. And we're going to see this. Instead of doing what I'm doing now, selecting the stuff, copy pasting, making sure everything's square, I was eyeballing it, which is close, but not good enough. So you can see right there, that is like way janky. And the thing is, this tells you, I went in and when I drew this, I drew it on top of the base map that Wizards give you, and their shit was crooked. So they had drunken carpenters building buildings in their town. And you'd figure this is the smithy shop. He's probably going to be fairly picky about things being accurate. So that's a pretty big difference right there. Those weird angles we had are now fixed. All right. We need to take snap to grid off so we can place this where it belongs. So we'll set this askew a little bit. Select the old one and kill it. And now we've got perfect placement. Ooh, just what I need, dropping my pen. See, this one looks janky too. We'll fix this. Even though this is the crooked mayor's house, maybe we should leave his house crooked. I'm going to make an adjustment on my pen tablet. All right, let's go there. All right, now she's square. Delete that one. Put the correct one in place. And we're good. All right, so we fixed that one, that one. We just finished redoing this one and this one. Oh, what the fuck did I do? Oh no, wait a minute, wait a minute. I was thinking that was that. That's fine. Like, what did I do? And this one is not even either. So let's fix this one. Copy, paste. So we went in and did this manually last night, and I didn't even think about getting this stuff so it was square. I just, I sat there and I started thinking, you know what? We need to fix this. Here we go. All square. Delete and done. I'm going to move it over just a little bit though. Like that. So I am positive at this point we've squared and repaired these buildings. Now we can start looking at our descriptions again and accurately laying out the walls for these buildings. And setting up first and second floor. And now if we bring this up too, unfortunately, I mean, we're going to be off a wee bit on some of this. We're going to be fine with that. I think we need to make this 1 square bigger that way and a half a square bigger that way. So let's do that. Now we'll just worry about little details like size. Snap. Bedudo Truco, how's it going? That was a guess. Hopefully it was right. All right, so we said 1 more square this way and a half square that way. So let's fix that. Take this down. First, let's get it lined up. What is going on? It's snapping to the wrong grid, I think. Let's see if it does that. Okay. So we want this one bigger. And then we need to take it over half again this way, here, here, and here. The only issue that's not an issue. All right, we're good. See, that way, this will be square. This is for Lost Mine of Phandelver. It was what, the first pre-printed module that they did in that box set. So there, that'll be 2 full squares that way. So now we're perfect. Or close to perfect. And what I'm doing is, what I decided to do is every building that has a possible encounter, be it an RP encounter, role play, or whatever, that those buildings will be explorable. The rest of the town, that's really not explorable inside of this adventure. I'm going to do it like this with a little overhang on those piers and leave it that way. Um, I I'm not going to worry about mapping those out. But every named building that has someone who is RPable with the players, yeah, we're going to go ahead and have it so they can go in and look around, do what they want to do. Because it does give some description of some of these buildings. I mean, unfortunately, like Stonehill Inn, they don't really give much of a description. Well, like I said, here's the thing. Stuff like that I would normally worry about, but this is the original map. So we can only put in what is actually in the town of Phandalin, because that's what we're recreating. But we're making it so when you go inside a foundry, you walk in from outside. Outside, you see the roof. You step in, that roof disappears. You're on the first floor. You go up to the second floor of the inn. You're now on the second floor because you can stack tiles and layers in Foundry Virtual Tabletop. So we're making it so that it's interactive and they can walk around all the floors and everything and see the town and have the encounters that you're supposed to have. We're going to have it so this, like Tresendar Manor, that's a broken down manor, but there's an entrance to go into the basement. So we're going to build it so you've got that first floor, and underneath is the basement. They go down the stairs, they're there. So what they have in this town is a provisioner, a miner's exchange, a woodworker. Um, this is like another trading post. This is all they have. So I can't add anything that's not included in the town. Because I'm making this so that when people play Phandelver inside of Foundry, they'll have an actual map that's usable for any encounter that they want to put in there. There, that's perfect. All right, now we're ready to go and start working on the actual first floor. All right, so this is the... So I think where I'm screwing up, I believe this is the provisioner. I have no idea what that is. Honestly, it makes more sense that this is the provisioner, and that's what we're going to do. The arrow kind of points down here, and on the map, it kind of looks like this building's attached, but I'm not doing that. Or that's not the way that I built it. See here, it's like these are attached. It's kind of it's a weird building. See, it makes sense this is the provisioner, because then they can pull their wagon in here, load there. I have names set to the buildings elsewhere, but I think when I started building this, I didn't like, for some reason, it strikes me that this is one big building. I'm setting this as the provisionary place, like I said, and then maybe this will be, I don't know what. Maybe that's where the provisioner lives, and this is where he does his business, because it makes more sense for him to have, when it gives you the description of all the crap he has in there, I don't see it being in this small building. I think that's the only leeway I'm taking with this map, is putting the provisioner here instead of in the smaller building. But you can see why my maps were kind of askew. These are not straight at all. I basically went over it and did it, and then now I'm if I was really finished and didn't realize there was an error to my methodology the first time, then I would probably be annoyed. And on a map like this, don't I don't set names to buildings. What you'll do inside of Foundry is pin those buildings with what's inside of the adventure. So the DM will drop a pin on there, and then here, I don't know if you're familiar with Foundry, so I'll go ahead and pop it, bring it back down here. So here's Foundry. Do I have the adventure in here? Phase Oblivio, thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. So yeah, here we go. Town of Phandalin, Sleeping Giant. Nope, that's their stuff. This is it right here. So here's Phandalin. See, they don't even have complete pins in there. They just have this kind of stuff. But what you can do is from this, you can create a pin and then drop that on here. That'll have the Stonehill Inn pin for you to use. And that's what I would do. I would honestly, inside of Foundry, I would create pins, and the adventure doesn't have it. This is actually downloaded through. This is downloaded through from D&D Beyond. So I mean, they've got stuff here like all the rumors and stuff inside. It's been a while since I created an entry, but let's go ahead and do that. Um, so that's Stonehill Inn. Let's create this. Right, so there's a journal entry. And then, you can always come in and, is it going to let me copy here? Yes, it is. So this is all the stuff that they can possibly have inside of here, right? In the Stonehill Inn. And then each one you can create a whole new journal entry. So we have that. We're going to drop that inside of section 2 Phandalin, right? Where is it? Let's make sure it went in there. Or did it go down here? There it is. That's actually in handouts. We don't want that there. Let's move it. So there's a Stonehill Inn. All right, so we created that. We'll do that. Let's see. Font family. It doesn't even matter. But you can go in and create an entry here. And then when you pop that, you have all this stuff ready to read to your players. Now, unfortunately, they didn't, which that's fine. They didn't create pins or pinnable events inside of this, I guess. And this is stuff that I would do inside of my map. And what I will do is probably drop these and put them on the module when I release just the mapped module. And I'm not going to put, like I said, I'm not putting the encounters and stuff in there, but I'll probably leave the pins on there. Um, but here, this is all the rumors you can get in the Stonehill Inn. And this you would place here. And when you go over it, you'd be like, the DM will know exactly what it is. Let's face it, people walking into Phandalin for the first time, they're not going to know what all the stuff is there, right? So putting that as labels on a map for your players eliminates the whole exploration aspect of the map. So I prefer to pin the map so the DM can go over it like this, and the players don't see pins. So you come in, you'll check that, you know what the Stonehill Inn is. And I'd have to do that for each of these buildings that we're creating, is create a pin. But this is the idea that we're working with, is building the map so that they can move around. Princess, how's it going? So make it so they can move around. They want to go into the inn. Right there, they're jumping through a window because there's no door there. But they go into the inn. They can move around, see everything there. Once we have the steps go up the second level, they'll hit those steps. They'll go up to that second level that isn't showing up on the scene yet. But it makes the town much cooler to play inside of. But like I said, the thing that I have to fix at this point is when you go inside there, all the roofs go away. And I'm going to create individual tiles and export it that way so that everything comes out stacked inside a Foundry. See, last night I decided to do some testing of some of the work that I've done already. Fortunately, we're not so deep inside the rabbit hole that we're not killing a ton of work. I think the only thing I had done is walled and floored these different levels. And now I went in and I created 4 levels for this map instead of 3 because I had the ground floor with the walls. And then I did second floor, assuming it would be 1 tile, and roofs is 1 tile. And I need individual assets. And I didn't like the fact that I was building the map out already with stuff on the ground. I want to tile this up. All right, so let's look at our description. Do I still have it up? What is going on there? Thank you for the follow gift of Gabby. I would check your mic then, because I think everyone else can hear fine. All right, so let me pull up the adventure. There you go. It happens. So we're going to start taking a look at the actual descriptions for this. for each building, and we'll get as close as we can to what they describe it as. Now, unfortunately, some of these buildings are just like, this person lives there. They don't really give you any idea. But let's see, Stonehill Inn, modest room. Let's see, center town stands a large, newly built roadhouse of field stone and rough-hewn timbers. The common room is filled with locals nursing mugs of ale or cider, all of them eyeing you with curiosity. All right, so this is built basically out of field stone. So we're going to create this one here with stone walls. Now, it doesn't say anything about floors, but we'll just use a rough wood floor. And before it becomes 5 levels. Well, there will be basements on the other map. There will be a basement up at Tressendar Manor, because you'll have the ruins of the manor, and then you'll have the underground Red Brand Ruffian hideout. So that'll be a totally separate map that I'm going to build just for that encounter. It's possible they'll never hit that, but the issue with this map is it's still a pretty big map. So I'm gonna when I finish it, I'll do like a high res and a low res based on that'll be used based on everybody's specs. All right, so first floor, we'll compare levels. All right, now let's start. We're going to draw our walls, and then we'll figure out what floor we want. So this does say built from field stones, and I think I have a wall that might cut the mustard for that. Let's see. I think what I did before, which it's a good thing we're redoing this then, is I did like wood with plaster. I'm going to see if we have stones with interior wood. So there you go. That would... I'm going to say this, and we have to make sure we paint it so the... All right, so we need to stroke in the other direction. We're going to redo that. I want this to be as close to on point as possible, since we took all the trouble to square this thing up. And there's no reason to believe that they wouldn't have wood walls inside. I think that's fine. All right, now let's pick a tile pattern for our floor. I mean, it's a roadhouse. It kind of would make sense that they wouldn't bother about total finishing. So do we want it to be kind of rough like this? Let's just take a look at it first, and then we have to tilt that. I think that's nice. And we need to tilt that probably about 30 degrees. So let's go about there first and see. Did we guess it perfectly? Oh, we're off just a little bit. Still off. We're going to call that good. Fortunately, we don't need to worry about the floor being absolutely square because the walls cover up any mistakes we make. Let's see how we look. Do we like that? All right. I'm going to say we're going to go around and we're going to do the same thing on the second floor of this. All right. So the first thing we need to do on the second floor is kill the old one we placed here. All right. And now we want to compare this to the first floor. The opacity up there. And this is a building that, man, these other buildings have a lot of weird second floors that don't match up to the first floor. And we know we're going to have to adjust these points when we're done. So let's just drop them and then edit them. Shit. Oh, I could have turned that. I could have turned that off. See, I hate the built-in shadows on this mapping software. They don't really reflect accurately how light works. And like with this map, what I ended up doing is placing it so that the light is coming from this direction, from kind of this angle, so that the shadows, there would be none on this side of any building, but on the bottom side and around the edges, you can have tapered shadow angles and stuff like that. So we're going to get rid of, well, I think on the stone building, we can keep the beveled corners. On the wooden building, not so much. And stuff like that's just a matter of personal preference. All right, so that's done. Let's place our floor. And for that, we're going to use the same floorboarding. So there's our second floor. First floor, let's turn off compare levels. Now I'm going to filter for walls. And I want to... See, the shadow is not going off. And I'm positive that can't be the pattern creating a shadow. There it is. Shadow gone. You're much better off drawing your own shadows in these programs. All right, so there's our first floor and our second floor. Three hours till next client. All right, so now I need to look at, I just got to sit and wait. Nothing wrong with that. I imagine today you're not going to have a ton of people rushing in to do stuff. All right, so let's take a look at how we built out this roof the first time. In fact, we can see it there. I need to look. So I'm thinking we might be able to expand this and edit it so that it works. But I'm also thinking we're going to be better off not doing that and doing this instead. I think we're going to redraw all this. We're just going to save the chimneys and the smoke. And we're going to kill the path. Yeah, unfortunately, that's pretty much the way it is, isn't it? I think I need to bump up the opacity on the actual current level. So I want to see what's happening there. I want to see this. A conversion guide. I tell you, the conversions from like 1E, 2E to 5E, they're usually a little bit off. A good example is I think that's what we used. Good example is we're gonna do this manually. Let me make sure that is what I want to do. Nope, that's not what I want to do. I forgot manual does that shit. Good example of one that didn't really convert over well was what was that fucking awful dungeon that I played in first edition? See, I think this is not going to be what I want. Tomb of Horrors. Yeah, Tomb of Horrors did not come over well, in my opinion. You know, that was one that should have been a lot worse than it ended up coming over in the conversion. All right, so we need that to be a little wider. We're going to make another one and put it on top of that. Other than IP differences. All right, so I need to make it wider, and I think the length is fine. So I'm going to drop that there. Let's do one more roof, and we're just going to make it wider. Let me do this, and then I'll talk about that. I mean, I played a lot of Pathfinder. Um, and I mean, if I'm being honest, one of the reasons I kind of moved away from Pathfinder is I got tired of it being just a an arms race. You know, with Pathfinder, I'm going to say that optimization is huge in Pathfinder. You know what I mean? It just is. Ooh, is this going to fit? It'd be awesome if that works. I'd say we need this same thing, except just a little bit bigger. And then we're happy. So let's move that there. I'm going to rotate. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Will that do it? So in Pathfinder, and I know there are players that really get into that, right? Shit. You know, there are players that get into that big time. And that's fine. If optimization, min-maxing, that's your thing, then Pathfinder is the game for you. Um, See, I've run first edition through fifth. I've played Pathfinder. Um, Pathfinder and 3.5 are the crunchiest, right? You played 4E and 5E since I've played since 78. So I've played all of those and a shit ton of other stuff in between. I mean, I took about 15 years off somewhere in there, and then my kids decided they wanted to play. My son came to me because he saw all my D&D shit, my first edition stuff that I had on the shelf, and he's like, "I want to play D&D." I'm like, "All right, let's see what's out," which was fourth edition, and let's go for it. And we've been playing ever since. I need this to be a hip. No, I don't need it to be a hip. Damn it, I need it to be a dormer. I always fuck that up. So, once the kids wanted to play, we got back into it, and fourth edition was the edition that was out. And I know there are a lot of people that just despised fourth edition, but you know, my opinion is it doesn't have anything to do with the edition. It has to do with the people you're playing with. And we had boatloads of fun playing both games. So, I didn't have any complaints about fourth edition because we had fun. Does that look right? Let's take a look at the roof and see if that intersects properly. God damn it. You got to watch out because if you hit that right click, you end up turning it 90 degrees because it treats it like an asset. I'm going to say that's perfect. Bam! I mean, like I said, I played a lot of 4E. We got into it just after it came out. Um, had a lot of fun playing it. And it was mostly because, we ended up having a group that we enjoyed playing with. We got in, we ended up making friends with a couple of people that to this day we still game with. And, it worked out well. The system wasn't heinous. We're going to place it where it needs to be, which is there. But a lot of people put hate on it. The people that put the hate on for 4E were mostly the people that were, so entrenched in 3.5, that I guess mentally they couldn't deal with moving over to a different edition. And I've talked about this in videos and stuff before. I feel like you're really doing yourself a disservice if you're, what I generally refer to as an edition whore. If you're just like, I only play one thing, you're really going out of the way to miss out on a lot of possible fun. I mean, if I would have walked in like that and been like, first edition, it was the greatest ever. I'll never play anything ever again. I would have missed so much fun over the years playing that, I just would have screwed myself, my kids, everybody out of all the stuff we did. I would have missed out on a lot, and my kids would have missed out on a lot. So I've always been willing to, give a new edition or a new game a try. Now, I'm going to be honest, there are games that we've tried that I will never play again. Shadow of the Demon Lord. That was a one shot for me. I will never play it again because I feel like the person that made that game has some serious fucking issues. And The game, I didn't have fun with it. It was just, I mean, there was just some stuff in there. It was sickly psychotic. And it's not my cup of tea. All right, so we've got the roof level done for that building. That one is fixed 100%. I wish I could, you know what I wish? I wish in mapping programs there was like this one that I could lock stuff in. That's why there are times when I'm thinking about really moving over to like Clip Studio Paint and Art program or something, because I can have absolute control over my layers and stuff. And to do this properly, I don't want to create 9 million layers. How's Square? How's it going? Pathfinder 1 people carrying torch of 3.5 and the shift to Pathfinder 2 nowhere near the. Well, I tend to think with and and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. I tend to think with the Paizo, however you want to pronounce it, crowd, they've kind of drunk the Kool-Aid. And by that, I mean anything they release, that group is just like, it's the best thing ever. Nothing in this world is as good as this game. So, I mean, you've got the people who are deep down the Paizo rabbit hole, and, you know, they loved Pathfinder 1. As soon as Pathfinder 2 came, they jumped right on that thing, like fucking crazy. They're like, awesome, best thing ever. Even though Pathfinder 1 was best thing ever. Starfinder came out. And I've played Starfinder. I read Pathfinder 2, but I've been so busy I haven't played any Pathfinder 2, right? So I don't have anything negative to say about like Pathfinder 2 or Starfinder. I just like Starfinder. There were some things in Starfinder that I thought was a lot of fun. Honestly, the ship to ship combat was a lot of fun, but there was stuff inside the game itself, the character to character combat and stuff that went on that I wasn't a fan of. So, and most of my group, they were like, some of this is fun. I wish it could all be ship to ship combat. A couple of them were like that as well. And then we're just like, let's go and play something else. So we went and played some GURPS, which GURPS is awesome unless you're math averse, since you've got to start worrying about vectors and calculations and stuff like that. We were playing a long-term GURPS game, and we had some guy that wanted to join, and then when we realized you had to do some math, he's like, I can't do this. I don't know. I don't do math. And it's like, okay, bye. I mean, he was raising a fit for weeks, and we just kicked him off the table because we were playing the game. GM had written the campaign. We weren't stopping playing GURPS because he couldn't add or subtract or multiply. I mean, it's like, you have a phone, don't you, dude? Use it. There's a calculator on it. Yeah, this building. You know what? I think I can use this. I just need to make adjustments. I'm going to see if we can do this. If we can, and the floorboards and everything work, then it's fine. And that's just it. Some games aren't for everybody. I mean, the dude that couldn't do math, GURPS wasn't his game. And we weren't his group, let's face it. So, I mean, it comes a point as a player, you have to be like, and he really wanted us to just flip to another system. And it's like, dude, you asked to join the table. This is what we're playing. So that's not going to happen. But I'm going to shrink this in so we can see that, and then we're going to go ahead and make our adjustments. But yes, some games aren't for some people. If they're not willing to learn the system or adapt to it, then yeah, just got to find another group. And I've run into way too many people who think that, you should just switch because they don't like the system. And that's not how it works. More RP. I mean, if you're looking for modules like Wizards of the Coast, and here's the thing, you can have a D&D module that Wizards has written that you're going to have a DM who is really in the RP, and he's going to RP everything for you. So I really think it isn't a matter of whether or not the modules themselves have RP in them. It's going to be a matter of whether or not the GM that you're playing with is going to utilize the potential RP in there for you, or are they a combat heavy GM? You know what I mean? I mean, you can turn any module into a game that has a lot of RP in it. Uh, I'll give you an example. Was that? I think it was like Horde of the Dragon Queen. That first module that came out. Um, when it was all officially launched. I had, I think at the time there were 12 tables at our Wednesday game. And, one of the DMs, he had a party that wanted to RP the shit out of Horde of the Dragon Queen. And they went so far down the RP hole, they ended up setting up an outpost, but in the middle of the, right off the freaking swamps in that second section, I want to think, inside that first book. And they built like a trading post and all this kind of crap. And they RP'd through this. They ended up taking like almost 2 years on the first book of Horde of the Dragon Queen because they were so heavily in the RP. And that stuff wasn't written into it. But, they went way off the reservation. They were out there. They were gone. And I think by the time they finished Horde, it took them like 4 years to play both of the books in Horde of the Dragon Queen, just because they went so far down the rabbit hole in RP. But if you've got a DM that doesn't want to do that, then that's not a possibility. If you have a DM that likes to do that, then it is. So, I mean, there's not really a matter of the module being RP heavy or not. It's what the DM wants to do as far as working to make it work for the group he's playing with. And here's the thing, they're not going to write a module that goes heavy either way, because you've got these groups that all they want to do is murder hobo around. Most modules are set up for that. You got towns where you can murder everybody. You got creatures you can murder everybody. There's all kinds of murder they can do. They're happy. You've got players that just are happy doing the combat, role playing their characters, but not interacting that much because, let's face it, every person at the table may not want to role play. So a table's really got to be willing to flex based on the group itself. So I know that doesn't answer your question, but any module can have as much role play in it as you want to create, and as much role play as the DM is capable of creating for you. So it comes down to your DM. If they have it in them. I'm not gonna say he. I'm gonna say they. If they have it in them to go along with your desire to role play, or if they're just you know, they're gonna corral you down that corridor of the module, and you're not gonna venture outside of those walls that, sometimes they've created a wall in their mind, and that module is the walls. You can't go outside of that. So it's more a question of, I mean, Daddy Bandit, are you looking at running or having somebody run? And, that's where you need to look at. If you're going to run, you can buy any module and role play as much as you want. I mean, that's why I'm creating these maps this way so that you can go in, role play, and do whatever you want inside of this. With the exception of, I'm not going to take the time and set it up so everybody can rob every house. I'm not setting this up for your murder hobo, rob everybody, burn the town groups. I'm just not. But you can role play with every possible role play person on these maps and go in and do as much as you want inside of this before you move on to like part 3. So that's my goal with why I'm doing this. I mean, I'm creating maps for parts that they didn't even set up. You know, they said, this is this here, and that's it. It's a quick blurb, but you can do what you want inside of these buildings once you're done. Does that answer your question, Daddy Bandit? I know that's way too much, but Pathfinder 2 reminds me of 4th edition. I'm going to be honest, Princess. It really does remind me of 4th edition, which, if I'm being honest, is kind of ironic since Pathfinder came about because people got pissed off because 4th edition was a thing. You know what I mean? All right, so this is the Smithy's house. Oh, you know what? We didn't, this lady doesn't have a roof. She has a roof, but it doesn't fit her building, I don't think. It might fit her building. Let's do a comparison. If it does, then we're golden. I don't have to redraw the roof. See, that's just a little undersized. Is it on fire? Yeah, see, that's going to be a little tight. We need more overhang. So I may be able to nudge it out a little bit. Let's see if we can. Can we do it? See, it's just getting longer and it's not, I don't feel like that overhang is going to make me happy. Let's scroll around and see. See, that's giving us what? 2 full, 1.5 on the sides. I think I'm just going to redraw it and get it one wider. And then this one, I think it's the same conundrum. This one works. So let's make it a little bigger. And we just need to redo that other. I wish, there's another thing, I wish I could drag out width. But I have a feeling if they gave you that option, it would just skew the thing. So I'm going to say what I need is about that much overhang. We need this to grow a little bit. So let's turn that square. We'll rebuild this roof. And that should work. All right, roof tool. Let's get our pen handy. Again, we need to turn this, it looks like. All right, that's relatively square. Hey, Enforcer Hound, how's it going? So that's just it. It's kind of like, so Princess Brahmin, 4th edition really wasn't built for a social or intrigue campaign. But we played that from like after 6 months when it came out until it was done and we started playtesting 5e because we were doing playtesting for Wizards at the time. And I'm going to be honest, for a game that wasn't built for that type of game, social games and stuff, it still worked. So, it wasn't built for it, but our group made it work. And we had somebody who, I mean, they wrote a whole long campaign for that and we played it. And, it worked really well. But it comes down to the GM and the group. I mean, what are your problems you're running into there, Enforcer? Let's just delete that. And let's bring up our compare levels again. Oh, we need first floor. I'm like, why can't I see it? And we just need a little bit like that. And hopefully this does what I intended it to do. Let's zoom in and see. So it looks like we have about 2 there, a little more than 2 for our overhang on the walls. So that's like 2.5. Let's try to get 2.25 that way. And what do we have over here? We have a lot. So we can slide this down. So we've got 3, 3, 2.25, 2.25. You know what? We're going to call that close enough. Sold. It wants to go to second floor, even though we don't have one. All right, now I need to turn the opacity down a little bit, and then we'll be able to see that because I need the chimney to be on that wall. There's the wall. All right, we can turn compare levels off, and now I can move the smoke. There we go. I think that's got it. And I need the path because we're keeping that same. It's not going to let me move it. I'm going to have to grow it and move it and then shrink it. You know what the easiest thing's going to be to do? Redraw the shadow. All right, let's see. Shadow Genie controlling his queen who just wants her family who was recently killed, and she's herself patron actually wants what the queen would do. So is the queen the apparent villain that the players are going to see? They're going to think that she's the problem. This above roofs and under. There we go. See, nobody's going to see that. So who's the patron? I think I need to redo that shadow. Come on. There we go. All right. So roof and wall and floor is done. So it gives us that, our first floor, and the ground. So I assume you're bringing that in like the 3.5 Shadow Genie, correct? Because those guys were all just about deceit. All right, so we have the base of that building done. And what level are your players going to be? The Kyle is a third edition creature. Um, because here's the thing. This is always what I consider problematic with storylines that involve players, being recruited by a queen or something like that. First level characters, there's no reason for them to bring in these inexperienced individuals to their inner circle and have them do anything. I mean, first level players are figure like a private out of boot camp. They've been trained and they haven't done shit. So they have no medals, no nothing. They're just barely better than a civilian. So you would really need to start the campaign somewhere far away where they don't even meet the queen, where maybe for some reason it's being manipulated down the line. Maybe that genie for some reason hates somebody in the party and wants to fuck with them too. And down the road, I think what I would do is maybe when they finally meet the queen, he's kind of been in the air and said that they had something to do with the death. But, let's fuck with them and make their lives miserable. But at first level, that wouldn't even be worth it because, a queen wouldn't need a bunch of podunk grunts to do something for them. It just wouldn't. So you're kind of creating a conundrum for yourself starting right away with them having to interact with the queen of some kingdom. You know what I mean? So you're going to need to lead them down a path where they eventually get there. I mean, in fact, even level 3 to 5 is probably low. I'd set up so that they had a bunch of shit to do up till like a moderate level, like 7 or so. And then they hear about troubles there at the kingdom and maybe they decide to go and help. You know what I mean? So maybe start them at first level and have them doing stuff for like lower nobility in the outskirts. And then they hear of stuff that happens as they get higher level and they go there. And then you've got a reason to have the queen interact with them. Well, the genie, like those genies, their end game is to fuck with people, manipulate. They're all about manipulation. They don't have an end game. They're there to fuck with people and torment them. So, tormented the queen by killing off that, and then torment the queen by maybe thinking that the player characters, when they show up, oh, they were responsible. Why don't we torment them? So there's some torment going on there until the queen finally goes after them, and then they realize that the djinn is, the problem, and they end up killing them. Hey, Mild, how's it going? I'm trying to figure out what I want. I had a wall on this before I tore these buildings down, but it's a blacksmith, so we know they're going to need stone walls. So maybe let's go with brick without the wood. Because wood lights on fire. Oh, I am doing well. We were going to game today, and then I decided it was no problem. I mean, that's how I would go. It's always been what's problematic. I mean, you don't want to start off with these first level characters. The queen summons you. The queen isn't going to summon you. They're going to summon that 7, 10, 11th level guy who actually can blow some shit up. Not the guy who can't even cast a fireball to blow up a room full of bad guys. So they're not going to mess with you. You know what I mean? We're gonna turn beveled corners off for this wall. Turn and edit off, and let's get as close as we can to square here. I mean, we know the building's square because we built it square and then cocked it on its angle. Oh, you're asking the wrong dad. I hate gnomes. It was funny because I had somebody that played a gnome, and we were playing Tomb of Annihilation, and I didn't say anything, but there was a trap in there that disintegrated the gnome, and they failed to save, and I was just so excited, and I'm like, you know what? I have to thank you because that was on my bucket list. Disintegrating a gnome. And everybody at the table, they knew my dislike of gnomes, and they just laughed their asses off. And you know what? I think because this is. See, I admit, I don't allow that in game. I don't. That's just me. I don't do the Tasha's rules. God damn it! I doubled down the dots there. And again, that's a DM's prerogative. I also don't go along with the idea that everything is rainbows and puppies and orcs are good. So, you know, orcs have always been evil, and in my campaigns, orcs are freaking evil. You may have a player character that is an orc and decided not to be evil, but no. That's just me, though. I feel like, the drow have always been heinous evil creatures, except for the ones that are heroic, that get out of that and stop being evil. But this stuff of all drow aren't evil. And here's the thing, I can understand their reasoning. I can understand their reasoning because I've always thought it was heinous. And I've talked about this before. I always thought it was heinous that you take this ultimately evil group of people, you put them underground with this ultimately evil god, and you make them black. Number one, they would evolve to be not black because you don't need pigmentation in your skin living in underground caves your whole life. So that was always, in my opinion, racism coming out in the game, making these ultimately evil creatures black. And it denied biology. Like I said, if we were to go underground and evolve there, we wouldn't have our skin pigmentation because you wouldn't need it. You wouldn't need melanin to protect you from the sun. It just doesn't work like that. So you would evolve to have what you need. Maybe your vision would adjust, all these other things, but your skin would also adjust after hundreds or thousands or however long that it takes for that evolution to happen. So these creatures, these elves, would not evolve to be black living underground. And that was something I always had issue with. I always liked the drow because they were ultimate evil bad guys to bring into your game. So this stuff that they've done, where these Loth worshippers, and let's face it, all drow except the ones that escape out of the Underdark, they're fucking Loth worshippers or they get murdered. That's just the way it is. They're all evil or they get murdered. So you don't have these enclaves of good drow. And it's not that the bad drow are the outliers. That is their society. So that stuff has really annoyed the shit out of me. I understand their reasoning, but what they should have done is shifted the appearance of them to take away that racism. And they kind of did it by giving them that grayish skin. So that's just, there's no best class for anything. Here's the thing. I don't believe in best class because then we're talking about min-maxing based on racial stats. I've gone in and made a Goliath a warlock, even though they're not suited to be a warlock, and had a shit ton of fun with it. It goes around to, and my backstory, I was the runt Goliath. I was only 7 feet tall instead of the 8 feet or bigger that all the other Goliath were. So they sent me off to warlock school because I was the runt of the litter. And, it gives you a good backstory to play a class that doesn't match the character stats that you're going to have. And I do believe that, yeah, certain races, they're going to have character stats that match the race. So I don't let that stuff go. There you go. And I had so much fun with that character because here I am, a warlock who's still got all this extra strength built into it, but I'm like, yeah, I don't fight because they made me go away. You know what I want? You know what I mean? And it was freaking hilarious and fun to play. I had a great time playing the character. So, you know, I like the racial statistics and I like the limitations that they place on a character, and a good player can work within those limitations to make that a great character that is a great time playing and useful to the party. So I think this stuff of just saying, oh, you can put stats wherever you want, it was never necessary. It's bad players that didn't understand you can turn those characters into good characters. And yeah, there is such a thing as bad players. They exist. We all get to play with them once in a while. We all have the misfortune of playing with them. Uh, I think with something like a centaur, you wouldn't be able to mix a centaur with something else because they are magical creatures. Um, It's like half orcs. I give a lot of leeway on half orcs. I give a lot of leeway on half orcs. You can be half orc, half dwarf, but you're gonna have to give up some height. You know what I mean? I'm not going to take away the racial statistics of the half orc, but you're not going to be as big as they say because somebody in that family it was just fucked up. Um, or maybe half orc, half human, half orc, half elf. You know, but you're going to have the half orc statistics. So I don't worry about adjusting those statistics. I feel like, probably those orc genes are the dominant genes, and that's why you get those statistics. It is its trusty steed. He never has to summon one. That's a bonus. You automatically have charge. And I'd be good with that. So whenever somebody's wanted to do something like that, I make those adjustments for that type of character. But it's got to be something that makes sense as far as the. I think that angle's off. I need to kick it down. As far as that mix, you know what I mean? But I mean, I come from a background in biology, so I think about that kind of stuff too. All right. See, our smithy shop, it makes sense because this is where the smith's workshop is out here. You need stone floors, but he makes enough money that he can have wood floors inside his house. I Here's the thing. I've always like with new players, if I set up a game for new players, I always play player handbook only, player handbook races. That's it. We don't go outside because you're coming in with players that don't know how to play the game. They don't know rules or anything. I don't want to add a bunch of garbage to the mix. So with a game with new players, it's a player handbook game. It's just, there's no debate. That's exactly what we're going to run. Um, and I've run games where if I've created a world, even like in Pathfinder, it would be player handbook only races. But I kind of, I'm still stuck in the mindset. I kind of like, the Tolkien races as the playable races. Your humans, your elves, your half elves, your dwarves, stuff like that. And the half orc is fine too. But well, you don't know him. Well, I mean, here's the thing: whether you play, it's up to you how you build your world and what your requirements are. And if you want to say player's handbook only, go for it. Because you could have somebody new coming in that doesn't know, and then you're going to have your min maxers that want to go and use all these books to make all this stupid shit. And there's some things that I'll ban, like Ravnica. I don't allow things built out of that because it makes no sense in Forgotten Realms to have that shit thrown in. So I don't I don't allow all books, even in something where I allow multiple books. I limit based on setting. So if there's something that's not inside that setting, there's no need for me to include that as a usable book. Now this, I th- I think I'm going to want to turn it so the boards are going long ways that way. So that would be starting from vertical at 38 degrees plus another 90, 128.2, right? I think that'll do it. That'll do it. I mean, when I... Oh, it's off just a little bit. See, the stones don't matter, but that is off. I think it needs to go like 2 more degrees down. Let's see. And that was too much kick. There it is. Here's what you have to remember. If you are building your own world, you set the limits. Not anyone else. You set your limitations as to what can be there. I think I can... No, I can't work with that roof. So let's take a look and see what changes I need to make on this, and then we'll make an adjusted roof over top of this, and then we'll be fine. See, it's the overhang that's the issue. So I think we're gonna have to build this same roof. And just make it like bigger. I mean that makes sense to me, is to start with a small town and then have them come in there. Work their way up from, whatever villages or wherever they come from, and work their way in. I think that one's perfect. It's this one that I can't use. A gable roof, and we're going to go a little bit bigger all the way around. Kind of like that. And we need to color it the right color, don't we? All right, take it easy, Enforcer Hound. Helps if we use the same roof color, doesn't it? Does that look like it? Yeah, that's it. Ashen gray. So let's draw another one. All right, let's compare levels again. First floor, okay. Just looking to see what our gap looks like here. Looks like the right angle. So that gives us, I think that's good. All right, there we go. I do want to make sure this roof is coming off there at a 90-degree angle. See, it's a little bit off. We're just looking at this gap here. There we go. Then I think I need to move the chimneys and then the smoke. See, because look, that is way outside. So let's go ahead and scooch this over. like that. Okay. I was like, why is that on that level? Because these are non-explorable buildings. That's why. Let's turn compare off. And now we need to go in and do our shadow. And I have a feeling I did something that I have a tendency to do. I admit that. All right, so that's on layer 2. That's on layer 2. All right, we're good. Sometimes I forget to do that because these paths will automatically go over your patterns. And we don't want that to happen with this shadow pattern. That's basically, our sunlight pattern. We just want that. Mean to do that. Keep hitting the wrong stupid button. All right. So there's our sun coming from that direction. The shadow would cut off a little bit there. I think might want to edit. There we go. I'd like to have it kind of cut that corner. All right. This is our next building we need. And the way we're building this, we have a first floor and then a second floor above that. And that's where we're going to need this to come into play. See what the provisioner has as his description. Biggest trading posts, shelves stock most ordinary goods and supplies, including bedrolls. Let's see. Proprietor is characters. Their orders are to deliver the wagon of supplies. Bartham pays the agreed amount. See, it really gives you no description. I'm thinking we're going to turn. I'm going to change my mind and put that there. So let's do that. You know what? Let's just do it. There's our shadow. And we're going to do fade, fade. I think what I need to do here is this. And be careful about how we draw it. And then this one we can put where it needs to be. Take it back up to the correct size. Problem with the fade is it doesn't do what you really want it to do. There we go. Then we're going to do this. Since we changed our mind again. Trust me, this is not the first time Dad has changed his mind on maps. There's a reason I've got multiple versions of maps. It's not a good reason either. What is this? All right, so we'll do this. We're going to clean the roof off. We had laid these walls down just to block the view. So we need to kill the path. And now we're ready to fix this square and then build this building. All right. So here we can build the provisioner store. I think we're going to build this out of wood. Doesn't give a description, so sounds like what we're going to do. we go. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to try something. So I think it'll make a difference. I'm going to say that's fine. And now that'll work perfectly. So we know we need this building here. I think we're going to do exactly what we just did. We're going to do it in this order, though, from now on. So we're going to do our pattern shape tool. Do this. Oh, wow. That just makes my life so much easier. That's one thing you have to love when you suddenly realize there was an easier way. So we're just going to redraw this roof. Made it a little bigger, but we'll center it up in a sec. There we go. Let's try and get it so this gap is a nice straight line. Now we need to lay our shadow down. We are we have added some extra work, but in the end, this will make everything look better. All right, so we need to start building this and this. And then once we have our base buildings down, let's go ahead and build this out again. This is that ramshackle place. All right. Would have been awesome if we figured this out a while ago. All right, let's see what our roof is. Keep forgetting my pen tablet I have set so it doesn't go to any other screen. Because then you're just working in this little tiny square in the bottom corner. All right, so this will be the roof. Compare levels to the first floor. Okay. We want that as a gable, and we want this to extend out past that. So that's one, and then we want this one on top. And about like that. So this is another, I mean, in my opinion, it's minor, but it's another issue. You can put the shade on, right? Let's select this thing. And we can't do it after the fact. That's kind of sucks. Well, actually, we can. So we can do it that way. Let's just do it light like that. We'll see if we can do that with the rest of the roofs and make them look right. But first, let's go back to our first floor. Shift this back into position. We can leave that on. That's there. Now we should be able to do the exact same thing. Just shift it so that it fits. I think that gives us some consistency there. We'll go with it. All right, we need walls on this. Turn level comparison off. On this, we're just trying to eyeball that 90 degrees. I'd say we're fine. So that's got our first floor and roof done. And again, just the layout's done. We're going to do our pattern shape. We're going to end up straightening these, so let's just drop them fast. There's a really easy way to make sure it's exact, let's be honest. Let's find wooden plaster and we'll do that here. In fact, we'll do plaster in and out. How about that? I'm not doing it. So that's fine. Let's go ahead and even that out and we'll create our roof real quick. So we need to look at this damned roof. Will, don't want to forget this. What's going on there? Okay. I was like, why is that doing that? Well, we never did the ground floor. We started setting that building up. There's a second floor and the roof. Or is that the old one? Let's compare this to ground. Yeah, that's the old roof. So yeah, we need to tear that apart. We got his house done. And we know we don't mean done, but we got it kind of done. We're setting up so we can start walling in and decorating these damn places. All right. All right, so let's see what the town hall is supposed to be like. Townmaster's Hall. Sturdy stone walls, pitched wooden roof, and a bell tower at the back. So we need stone walls. And we'll assume wooden floors, and we'll have the floorboards run that way. So let's do our pattern first. The hell? The hell is going on here? It is not letting me pick up this path. It's stuck on objects right now. Let's reopen this and see if it fixes it. And then we're going to need to remember inside of this, we need a jail in the middle of it. There we go. I love when it does that. All right, so we need a roof. We can do that. Then we need this. Need to be what, 5 by 5, then it's square. To go back to our first floor, compare level to ground. There you go. Fits perfectly there. There we go. All right, now we need to figure out where this chimney goes. Object. Right there on the end. All right, so this will be the second floor part of the bell tower. I want to say that's about correct, but actually, I think that's probably okay. I just want this to kind of be here so that it's nice and square. So we build it to the roof. Then we drop the compare levels off. We're going to go ahead and angle those boards. And then we're going to drop a hole in the middle. And that'll take care of the bell tower. So first let's do this pattern. Okay. What we need to do is create it so that we can have a hole there. So I think now what we'll do is do the same thing with the pattern tool. Um, except this time we're going to here. I'm going to use this and create a shadow. We'll adjust that, and then we're going to place the parts on top of it. So that'll take care of that, and we're going to lay the same wood pattern down again on top of that. You know what? We'll worry about adjusting that after the fact. We need these to all be going in the same direction. So we need them right there. All right, so we need a rail. I think that's going to be a path tool. So what we want to do is start it here, go there, go there. When you're doing these paths, if you don't like do multiple points, then you're 90 degrees. You're not going to be 90 degrees. Shit. So you do before, on the corner, and after. Let's make sure we can. All right, there's our rail. Now we know this thing's all built with stone walls. So let's find a stone wall we like. We'll do stone external and maybe plaster internal. How about that? That's wood and plaster. I know we've seen a stone and plaster. No, we've seen stone and wood. So tell you what. Let's go with that. I think for this to work, it's got to go that direction, and I am correct. If I can shadow default on. Same thing here. And we're good. Damn it. There we go. Fuck's sake. I need smoke for this. So we're gonna have to go back and take care of the roof shadows on these later. We've done it on some, not all. We did miss a chimney here. It's not. Oh my god. Drives me nuts when it does this. I think I'm gonna have to rethink what we have here. We actually set it so it had a like set of rooms, but I think we're gonna just build it out as a big tavern with no separate rooms. So we know there's a chimney right here. So we need to drop fireplace there. Let's do that before we forget. All right. I think we're going to stop here. They're pestering me. Something's going on, so I need to see what's happening. Um, I think we'll definitely be doing some of this over the weekend on our own time and getting some more done. Um, and hopefully, I think we're going to map this same thing on Monday and finish this map off and have it ready to export all the layers, levels, and have it ready to play. Um, but I think as far as we've got what? This ground floor to put in. Any others? I think that's it. We've got that one to build, and then we'll be ready to start actually walls, doors, windows, everything to make that stuff work. And let's zoom out. So, as far as first floors, including this, all the other first floors are already laid out, and we just need to finish them up. So, everybody, have an awesome rest of your weekend. If you do the holiday, have a nice holiday. Otherwise, just have a nice weekend. Have a great rest of your day and weekend. We will catch everybody Monday. If we get a chance to stream this weekend, which probably won't happen because the wife has plans. So definitely see you Monday. Maybe tomorrow if we get a chance. We'll see. Have a great weekend.